Hello, guys. It's been a little while. Gotta make sure everything still works. It's almost been a month. It's probably been actually like a month. Haven't played Haste in a while as well. See if anything's new. I honestly have no idea. Nothing looks new. I think this game got DLC. Or is getting DLC? I'm not sure. It's got like a new thing. I saw pop up recently. But I guess for now I'll just do the infinite mode as I used to. What the ban? Let's get a Cyrus out. I'll do a cap game to start with. Might actually go aspect. I haven't really done the aspect in a while. I don't know why this game runs like ass. It's probably just because I'm streaming, but... And I have Smite open as well. Hey, Penda. Good to see you. How you doing? It's definitely Smite, because now it's completely smooth. Now it's just completely smooth in the loading screen. Well, maybe not completely. Pretty good. It's good to hear. I forgot to swap to the aspect. Oh well. It's still not... Like, aspect is probably less good here anyway, but I wanted to play the aspect more than the normal version. I mean, I'm assuming this is Hades, yeah? Hades with a Fenrir in jungle. I need beads, man. An absolute tragedy.
Food.
But I should win lane into Hades, surely.
Starlight greets you. Fortune shine upon joy among the stars.
Surely.
Minions have spawned.
Okay. Thanks. Yes.
I should win, I feel like, once I hit level 2. But level 3, depending on what he levels there. If he goes double 3, then I don't think I can deal with him as easily. That's good.
Attack!
Beads on Apollo.
Merry Christmas, yeah, Merry Christmas, new clear tide. Good to see you, it's been a while. I'll probably mention it throughout the stream as well, but like for the most part, I didn't stop streaming because I wasn't enjoying the game. But I've still been playing the game a lot. But I was just getting a bit like I wasn't enjoying the game enough to also stream on the side. I just decided that I wanted to focus a bit more on just enjoying the game rather than also forcing myself to stream it. Well, I'm also not gonna lie. Like the game has definitely been a bit like weird at times. While fun, it is just really unbalanced, and at times, it is definitely affecting the fun a little bit.
On my way.
You gonna jump, buddy? He hit level 5 of nuts.
I was wondering to respect the disconnect.
He hit level 5 off of that one minion. That's fantastic. And the mid was missing too. That's tragic. I didn't think that was going to be as bad. Maybe we should have just gotten the rocks as fast as we could, but even then, Hades had been missing for a while. And was definitely on his way. I just think that was just bad. I don't think on her... Yeah, I don't know. On her was just... I don't think... He lost the trade from the get-go. He was like, what, 40%? And then regening with pots a bit. He was already really poked. I feel like that was just a bad fight to take for us.
Help!
Your right tower is under attack.
Good game.
Let us be as quiet as the void. Ultimate is ready.
Let's back before we...
I assume my blue has been done. Which sucks. Yeah. Really need it.
Attack! Enemy missing left.
Can't really do much with Hades being here either. Like, we're just gonna fucking stare at each other this fucking lane.
Attack middle lane. That is unfortunate.
Alright. Well, this one feels kinda cooked. Like their jungle has so much presence compared to ours right now.
Completed.
Your right tower.
He was
is under
counter-picked
attack.
as well. Like Honor can't really deal with Fenrir very well. But the fact that I'm getting support ganged as well is insane. I would have died regardless, but
Starlight greets you.
Support
Starlight
fucking
greets
showed up to make sure.
Starlight greets you. Starlight greets you.
Oh, magnific! Enemy has been slain. Quiet.
oops. See if I can at least get my blue this time. I think I can deal with the Fenrir if he shows up. Like, I don't have that bad of a matchup.
Yes.
What might change the fucking fight is him being fed. But I should have a good fight into him.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hades also has a lead on me now.
Gank left lane.
He did get the kill.
Beads on the Fenrir. I'm on low.
Enemy missing.
That's good. I mean, he could have just backed out and gotten his blue if he didn't want to fight. That just helps me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been
It's
slain.
fucking stupid
Your
ability.
left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Rain shall wash them away.
XP wise, I'm probably somewhat back to being even at least. Okay. He has Sunder. The fuck?
An enemy has been slain.
It is unfortunate.
Wasn't expecting that.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has left the game. Your middle tower is under attack.
Team is looking like it's picking back up though. It's good.
The rain shall wash them away.
Apologies.
An enemy has returned.
It does suck they keep having DCs though.
Be careful. Gank left lane.
unfortunate. Almost killed him. Got the rocks at least.
Your left tower is under attack. The pyro
I'm not even so sure what I actually want here.
your right
Because of their comp, I might even have to go Spectral just because of the random Hades rotation. It's gonna cost him his life.
Your right tower.
Oh, he's going tanky as well.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's mute the set. I'm not saying she's wrong, but she's disturbing this whole lobby.
Yes. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I hit full mute on the set. Just do the same.
This blew up actually. Probably not. Maybe it's time I rotate as well and see if I can get a kill for myself. It's not even like I'm not even back actually. I'm still 12. I'm keeping up in farm, but they're wards, I think.
Apollo is coming.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Impressive display of skill.
Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I'm just getting fucked because of whatever's happening in mid.
Be careful, middle.
The
I'm on
enemy
it.
team has destroyed the pyramid.
Like, I don't really care what's happening in mid. I just need him to stop fighting over nothing and then resulting in me just getting fucked.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ally has been slain.
Mute her.
Good game. Good game. Good game.
Your left tower is under attack.
Defend. On my way.
Time to see if I can catch back up again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's just so tanky with that fucking item.
Good game.
So that ain't happening.
Good game. Good game.
That kind of hurt.
Good game. Oh, so sorry. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. No, he's too tanky with that sphere. I think he has too much cooldown as well, actually, with Chronos Pendant and that, for me to deal with him. At this point in time. It was a lane I would have won early on if it wasn't for all this bullshit. And now I'm just kind of in this awkward spot where I'm not really tanky enough to be a threat.
Under attack.
Attack! Attack!
Don't know why we're pausing. Guess we can pause, sure.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's supposed to be a surrender though.
Right tower is under attack.
This game is also a big example of why I tend to play carries and solo when I am solo queuing. It's too easy to get fucked over as a tank and then be completely useless as a result of that.
You are fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jack. Shut down, Jay. Oh, they hit like a baby.
I'm still not gonna F6 this though. Like, just based on comms, like, I think ours is better.
Ally has been slain.
Fenrir eventually is going to struggle once we start team fighting. He doesn't really have a good way to stick to anyone. Especially when we have like a set and Cabrakan. And Ares for that matter, like Artemis. We have so much shit to deal with him.
Tower is under attack.
I picked it up.
Enemies incoming right.
Oh, of course.
Attack the Gold Fury.
It's insane how many times they can just do that without getting punished for it.
Apollo is backing. I'll start gold.
I really should have went for the aspect. I would actually have a way out otherwise. I would like the game of the last patch.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I think the relic system is better for the game once it gets balanced. Because yes, I wanted 2 relics, I didn't want 3 or 4. But I do think the extra relics is overall an improvement. What I'm tired of is just the lack of characters for me. It's very stale for me. I need something new to play. It's just the same. It's pretty boring to play. There hasn't been a fun solo in a long time. Like, the closest one was Artio, but like, it's Artio. Right? It's not really a solo laner necessarily.
Rock you, rock.
Enemy has been slain.
Hades is over there.
Rain shall wash them away. Ally has been
Don't know why Ares is in mid right now though. He should be rotating.
double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your left tower is under attack.
Even the trees would applaud.
Quiet. Here I come. Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack.
Don't really think the tower would do much for us here. Didn't really care for it. I'd rather rotate and look for something. I could have beatsed it, but with Ganesh nearby, I wasn't sure if that was a good idea. Or just a waste of beats.
War the fire giant. Retreat left lane.
Their comp is pretty fucking annoying from Jesker Bracken as well. I can't stick to anyone very reliably. Like, he's kind of just Merlin, but even then he has shit to get away with. Some pretty decent damage.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
It's so boring to be against their fucking comp. I don't really know what to do this game. Okay, we need Vamana. I would like Vamana, preferably, but I'm down for some other just pure solos. I just need something. Something that is centered in solo. And then everything else is like a bonus. Like, a fun aspect could also do it, but most of the aspects they release these days are so broken that people don't want to deal with them and just permaban. That's not really fun either. I don't want a fun tool and suddenly it's never available. Like, the aspects are just way too much in the either completely busted or broken. That's huge, actually. She didn't get dagger. That's unfortunate, but that's still a good pickup. Actually, you know what? Never mind. It's not, because we had fire, so cancel that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
At least we got the dagger from them. Would have been nice if I had my second stun. Mana's going to the big changes added to the base kit or the ult. We'll see what happens to him. Like, I hope nothing too major happens. I just want him to play the same. I don't mind, like, minor changes. But ultimately I would like him to play the same. Otherwise he's just not the character that I, you know, learned to really enjoy. But we'll see. Maybe he's gonna be even better. I'm not even sure he wins the 1v1 against me, if he stays like that and I have fire.
Attack the enemies in left lane.
Your team has destroyed a right, and your left tower has been destroyed.
They're fine.
Enemy has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I will defend. Attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
That is unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
It's fucking Merlin, man. I want to kill him.
Your team has
He's running around doing whatever he wants too much. I don't like it. I know how easily I could kill him.
has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down. Nice job.
Careful middle. Whoop up.
Won the mid thing. Yo, are we just... Okay, I guess at least we're getting a kill, but like, dude, I'm fucking keeping him CC'd for 5 years in there.
Okay. Attack. Shield of the cosmos protect us. Attack.
Middle enemy tower.
Yes.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Defend the fire giant.
Range was never range. Fabuloso.
Completed.
Like a jaguar.
Don't think I'm catching him. How much damage is it doing to me per auto? I just don't feel like a tank. Like at all. I do need to start pre-beating the jump though. Every single time I'm like, it's not going to be a problem.
Shield of the cosmos protect us.
I mean, that was not a great attempt. I think he should have just gone in before. Now we're just cooked.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Enemies in right lane.
Should have beat that time, actually.
I'm the greatest.
I don't know what happened, and they got sold by Hades or whatever, I guess.
Good game.
I don't really think this is something I... Even if I could do more in this game, I think I'm just cooked anyway. They have too much ways to stop me from doing what I do. Like,
Your Titan is under attack.
Ganesha and the Apollo, like I cannot play the game onto them. I mean, I literally cannot play the game. So will we go Axe or Bluestone? I think you can on most characters, but like Kabrakan's early clear is so bad. Like not having Bluestone feels terrible. It's the same thing on like there's a few characters that suffer from this problem. And like some characters don't, like Thor. With Thor you just go like Axe, because you don't need Bluestone. But like Nemesis is another one I think, as like a top or a good solo. If you don't have Bluestone, you have no Like, just no wave clear. Mulan is actually the same. Hercules suffers from the same. I think Mordred is on the edge. You can't do both, but it just feels way too good not to have Bluestone. Feels too good, or it's too good not to have or to have Bluestone, because he just has so many abilities to throw out, including the dash. It's too easy to proc Bluestone. You lose a lot of damage if you don't have it. Almost every time I solo queue and I pick a tank, it goes pretty much like this. I need to stop picking tanks. Like, when I play Thana, or even like Newt, like Suku, it doesn't even matter. I have to pick shit like Thor that can still carry despite being a tank. Although it just feels bad. I hate playing tanks when I solo queue. Granted, I was planning on going for the aspect in this one. I just forgot. And I do think I could have played some scenarios a bit better. I was still warming up a bit, I suppose. I would actually say looking at most solos, like Warriors can be done, but just makes the laning a lot more slow. I think Warriors is generally just better going into late game. But Odin is the same thing. Like, if you don't have Bluestone on Odin, you feel it. It just doesn't feel very good in lane. Is it still double worshippers? Maybe I do play some Osiris to get some worshippers. I'll ban Thor. Until the first, gotcha.
Your god.
I'll play some Osiris then. At least for one game till I realize he's just kind of boring, and then I'll move on.
Follow the righteous path.
I hate that the aspect is just the way to go to play Osiris in solo. Me too. But what I hate about it isn't necessarily that. It's just the fact that it doesn't change the way you play him. You literally just play him the same. Aspects are supposed to change the character, right? Like, that's the whole idea. And this was supposed to be a mage aspect, and it just isn't. It's just a better version of Osiris. It just kind of failed the purpose of the whole aspects thing. And I think it's weird they haven't changed that yet. Surely we just try and fix that. I don't feel like it would be that difficult to fix either, surely. You just take away all the protection scaling, like all of it. Don't give him any. As long as he has protection scaling and is still worth it, then... Yeah, I mean... I feel like the protection scaling is just... Unless it's ludicrously low, like, it's just never really bad. On a character like this. Because he also just has a wild amount of base damage. That's another thing you maybe could do, is reduce his base damage. Because he's not that bad to deal with late game, I think. He's still strong, but the problem with him is definitely his laning phase. Once he hits mid-game laning phase, he will just one-shot you with his combo. But late game, he's still just a low mobility character. Granted, in Smite 2 you have ways to deal with that by building Boar or Combat Blink, but... Enough complaining, I suppose, for now.
A fitting end.
What the hell am I against?
If I want to see scary magic,
Afro?
I need not look further than my own hands.
With an on her jungle.
I'm happy to grant swift passage to Hades.
I think
All you have to do is ask.
that might be an Aegis with a comet blink in later. Oh, they do have Ganesh though. Yeah, maybe I upgrade Aegis and then I build beats. We'll see. Let's do this instead. Hello, Waldrum. Good to see you. Yeah, I think remove anything that still makes him tanky. Like, I'm pretty sure what they said in the beginning was it was supposed to be a mage aspect. So let's do that. Let's make him a mage. I think making him a mage and then maybe reducing the damage on the one, but giving it more range. Because I do think the fact that it's such low range makes you it makes him very awkward to use. Especially with someone with no mobility. He's short ranged and low mobility. That's a really bad combo to have. Unless you're one-shotting like Hippo. And even then, Hippo has an ultimate that makes him like completely immune. So that's also something that helps him out if they're close to him. Osiris doesn't have anything like that. I think that's a problem with tanks as a whole. Like Smite 1 and Smite 2 just functionally different in terms of like the way you play a frontline is just way different. You can't just and I think this was a Smite 1 problem as well. Like from the very beginning, warriors were too fucking powerful throughout the history of Smite 1. Almost like they were dog shit or completely busted, you know? Like there was almost no in between. They were never balanced. And I don't think that was healthy either. I don't think it was fun either for anyone playing against it. So like, I do think this is more healthy in terms of how they function. That being said, there is obviously a bunch of other annoying things in the game. It's fucking Aphrodite, man. This character is the same, just fucking annoying to deal with. In both the games. Yes, hit me and not the wave, idiot. That helps me. At least I'm not losing the lane then. Also, they have to fix this skin. The one ain't right. The one goes in a weird direction in this skin. It makes me not want to use this cool skin.
Your left tower is under attack.
I missed. It's fine. Jill Brooks is the best.
Your middle tower is under attack. Brains to wash them away. Oh.
I'll take beats.
Under attack.
He's low on blue.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Oh, just not gonna Aegis, I guess. I was waiting for the ult, because if he ults and I'm not Aegising, I'm just dead regardless.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate down.
Man, I died. I needed 70 gold. Fuck. That sucks. I'm guessing I lost blue as well. Yeah.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be right back. Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Like, CC is one thing for frontliners. I think all the active items that is supposed to give some characters CC, who, you know, need to have some CC in some way, shape or form, makes it even worse as a frontline, because as a frontline, you don't generally have beats. Ah, missed. This fucking Neath is just always here. Like, fucking hell, man.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
I hate blue buff so badly. Give me this shit so I can play the game.
On my way.
Let's actually just go with blue. I want to poke him. I just don't want to make. I want to make sure I have mana enough in case someone shows up as well.
Be careful, middle. Help middle lane. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Young one.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
Just got it. Let's finish it up. It's too prophetic, this game.
Ultimate is down.
I think this is a pretty good prophetic game. They're so split in terms of protection.
On my way.
And I think I might have to rely on mitigation. Dude, let me cast. Actually, I don't care about this thing. It doesn't give any rewards, does it? Oh my god, fuck off. Leave!
Be careful, middle. Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle, please.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
So you are capable of some things, huh?
Hello, LMCO. I don't know, LMCO. I know you didn't mean it, but you kind of betrayed me. I'm just saying it. Just putting it out there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I do wonder if you even know. Maybe you do. Not my fault? Yeah, I know. I know. It's just funny. I got so cucked.
Gank left lane.
On my way.
Retreat left lane.
Okay.
Gonna take your blue.
Please. Be careful left.
Your left tower is under attack.
Got betrayed by work? Yeah, it's alright.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy ultimate down.
On my way. Your left tower is under attack. You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
On my way.
Could have been a bit more clean, but Ganesha still being a little freak 2 games in a row now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, Magus, despite saying it gives CC immunity for 1.5, doesn't work against a result. It's weird, right? Because the pool, I guess the pool doesn't act as a CC, but that's weird.
Enemy missing.
Because then it's gonna immune the stun when you land. At that point, you're already in a bad spot. So, yeah, that's really weird. That surely is not intended. There's no way. I refuse to believe that is intended.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm never getting this tower, am I?
Ally has been slain.
Oh, you're also again. Still,
Your left tower is under attack.
see if you stick around. Bro, that's 5 people here. What the fuck, man?
Your right tower
Can we not do gold? It's an idea. Feel my cooldowns are a little too long. I'm gonna swap into a Genji's instead of... We still died in mid, man.
Is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Defend the
I'll attack right
Goodbye,
lane.
old friend.
Split
Your
push.
right tower is under attack.
We have to defend this. Do not give this shit away. We actually got baited. I thought he was gonna jump over again. Oh well.
Unfortunate soul.
Attack the fire giants.
We definitely gotta get something for this. I can't believe...
Attack fire giant.
On my
Your
way.
right tower is under attack.
I'm on it.
Wait, they are still here? They heli?
Ultimate is
Enemy
Okay.
has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's fine if we can get out.
Be right back.
Hello, Bigosme. Good to see you. Yes, I got sucked, guys. I got sucked. Surely it's really good on me too, because I have dual
On my
scaling. Wait, no, dude, what? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Why is it 55% of physical and magical protection scaling? That doesn't make any sense if you want it to be a mage.
Your
High
team
res.
has destroyed a
ultimate
left enemy
down.
tower.
Enemy missing left.
That's not sensible.
Enemy missing left.
That's so high.
Help middle lane.
No, you aren't AI generated. I am AI generated.
On my way.
Like, this should be good. At least until Loki just jumped in and died.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Oh,
You make me very proud. Elysium will welcome you.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's fucking TP, bro.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Stop interrupting me! Jesus Christ.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
How many fucking times did my 2 get interrupted there? Alright, I think it's time I invest in this combat blink. And it's going pretty well for me because me. Thank you.
Enemy missing
Like, I didn't just kind of stop streaming because I decided that it was time to stop streaming. First of all, I got sick. I got a cold, so I was feeling like shit. I hadn't had a cold in a long fucking time, and I felt it. I was miserable. And I'm still coughing a little bit, so I apologize if I might end up coughing a little bit. And as I'm saying it, I feel it. But
Your team has
that was the main reason why I stopped. But it's also like my enjoyment of the game is there, but it's not. It wasn't enough to the point where I wanted to just sit and have fun and stream it.
Be careful.
I was like, I'm happy enough with doing a few games a day, and then that was it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
So I'm still here. I'm still enjoying the game. I'm still playing it basically every day. But I am a little bored with it
Thanks.
currently. Despite some good changes
Your middle tower
having
is
come
under
last patch.
middle tower.
I do like the relics.
Okay, on my
A
way.
fitting end.
I do like the relics, but obviously having more than 2, I think is a bit much. But I do like being able to have 2.
Enemy ultimate down. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, I'm trying to cast my ability. Fuck off, Woofy, with his shitty Ganesh. Holy shit. I'm trying to play the game. I am not allowed to play the game.
On my way.
Fire giant. Enemy ultimate down. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Be right back.
I need 200 gold before I'm back. I gotta get my starter here. Actual Ganesh moment. That shit was infuriating. I was like, why am I still not being able to cast? How long is he meditating on me? I'm too focused on the game, man. I gotta win. I lost an unsatisfying game in the last one. Need to log in. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked Osiris.
We need wards. Thanks.
Have some recommendations, please. Just finished Remnant 2 and Schedule 1. I already have played Remnant 2. And 1, for that matter. I don't know what is Schedule 1? That's the friend slop game, isn't it? It doesn't look very interesting to me, I have to say. I don't think it would be for me. But I also don't really gravitate towards the friend slop games that much. Chat engagement. I'm not really known for my chat engagement, though, am I? I focus on the game. I'm here to win.
Tower is under
Even though I don't win very often on stream, actually. My winning streak's always off stream. You are distracting me, actually, is what's happening here. I engage in chat when I'm losing. That's true. I actually talk a lot more when I'm losing. Because I think the game's over anyway. Alright. Let's zone. I think we should have just stayed on gold, but I suppose we'll just do our fucking Phoenix here. Bye. Bye, Afro. For your new teleport.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Be right back. Enemy ultimate down.
Almost died. What is this chase?
Follow me.
Ultimate is ready.
Attack the gold fury. Yeah.
What if Izanami's aspect simply just gives her normal autos? Would that be weird? I think it would be funny. Let's get this shit.
Quest done. They hit like a baby.
We just stop going in alone here. Fuck, I missed. Oops. Oh, didn't realize that wasn't my on her. On her was in my team last game. I didn't register that. Whoops. Is Nami one stand switch? That's actually a pretty interesting idea. That you could choose between.
I'm on it.
That still sounds really good though as well.
Hello, young one.
Pleasure to meet you.
Simply magical.
Right tower is under attack. Be right back.
Be right back.
Fucking after ult, and I did miss too much shit. I
Such
did.
a sad state of
That's an
affairs.
oopsie.
Right back. I
But I also didn't think I was gonna be anywhere near close to killing him. I was just trying to keep him out.
You're welcome.
I grab this.
Okay, take this jungle buff. You're welcome.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
I walked back into them.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Gods and goddesses, our work here is done.
Got a fucking booster.
Victory.
Nice, man. I don't know if I have any boosters. I don't even know how to use them. Like, at all. There's the Plight. Oh, you mean the, whatever thing. Maybe I should get this one again. Yeah, where is it? No. A queue popped too fast. I forgot where it is. It's in the store, yeah. I always mix up the store and the seasonal stuff. I feel like a lot of it just fucking loops together, or blends together. It's a burrito hoodie? Yeah, it is. It's pretty worn out, but yes. Yes, it is. When I was sponsored. It's still my favorite hoodie. It's the most comfortable one I have. It's so nice and roomy. And it's not too hot either. It's pretty thin. It's great. I don't want to play Osiris again. That's enough for now. Get him out. I always forget about the weekly chests as well. Or the daily quests. Or chests, I should say. I don't want a first pick. I don't want a first pick. What does one play? Maybe some Yana's gameplay. Where is he? He's banned. Oh no. Guess I'll go for them. Who fucking banned Giannis? Daily ones are weirdly good though. They can be. Like, you have drops to get some interesting stuff in there. But the chance is very low. You get some game recommendations? I feel like playing an adventure RPG. I assume you have played Expedition 33. Like everyone else. Adventure RPG. Kingdom Come Deliverance. If you haven't played that, that's great. I still haven't gotten to the second one yet though. I have it bought, I just haven't started it yet. I just bought Dispatch. That's the next game I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play Dispatch. Minecraft? Does Minecraft count? I guess it does. Is it an RPG though? Isn't it just a survival builder? I don't know when the differentiation comes up. Because I would kind of say Valheim is an RPG. But also no, it's not really. No, it's definitely not. It's just a survival. You can just mod it, that's true. Most of the survival open world games generally have like an RPG mod of some kind. And that's cheap. Just mod a game you already have. I imagine Minecraft has every mod you can possibly think of. That wouldn't surprise me. Thought you said didn't like Telltale style games. I don't think I've said that. I don't usually play them myself, but I have watched almost every single one of Telltale's games. I love most of them. Alright, have a nice day, LMCU. Don't kill me too much? Yeah, no worries. I'll keep it in. My bloodlust. I can barely control it. Oh, that's why. You're over there. You're a traitor. That's what you meant. I see. That's alright, Pope. It's alright. Like my favorites are The Walking Dead season 1 and The Wolf Among Us. Like those games are just
yes.
peak. Peak. Who's speaking? Achilles.
So many choices, so little time.
Wolf Among was so good. It was really good. I'm still waiting for that second season. It's coming any day now. Surely, right? It wasn't announced a very long time ago, like fucking, what is it? Almost 7 years ago. I think The Walking Dead season 1, I think that game got me into story games. It was really good and it still is really good. I think you can debate on the rest of it. Not that it's bad, but I don't think the rest of the seasons in the game at least is as good as the first one. Where we're going to be friends outside of Twitch. Why are you trying to become one of my inner circle people, huh? You have like some I don't know. You're trying to kill me or something? Are you trying to assassinate me? Am I a hitman villain in the game?
Minions have spawned.
Think you're cool, that's about it. It's a good reason, actually. But maybe. I'm also someone who don't really do much with friends, you know? I hang out and talk to some people here and there, but for the most part I just sit by myself. I'm kind of a loner. So it's not that I don't want to, it's just... I guess I always think about practicality stuff, like why I have someone on my friend list, excuse me, that I might not do anything with, you know? I would consider you a friend now.
Be careful.
Like a lot of the people that hang out frequently in my chat. This is kind of annoying actually, I can't really get to the archers here. Because if I hit them, I hit him with my passive. And then the tower hates me. Did you ever watch Detroit? I did, yes. Detroit Become Human, what was the other one called with the soul? Something soul? Beyond Two Souls, I think? Alright, you wanna fight? Come at me. I'll fight. Taking ages. Hit me! No. Tragic.
On my way.
Oh, he had the big pot build. The ultra pot build. Meaning I can't really fight him. He's too healthy.
Retreat left lane. For me.
That means it's time for me to go home.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
On my way.
Oh, yeah, Heavy Rain. Yeah, I forgot about that one. I also watched that, yeah, a long time ago.
Your left tower.
I do like those types of games, like, but I don't see any reason. I mean, it's also kind of why those types of games died, in a way, is that... Or not necessarily died, but like, they're not as... widespread. It's because people just watch them like they're, like, a series. They're great, but like, you can just watch someone else do them, you know? Like, so far, like, a lot of them have done well enough to survive, and I think that's nice. Got his dash, but I don't really think this is good.
Wash them away.
Immortal.
Attack left lane. Attack.
Your left tower
Yeah,
is
yeah.
under attack.
Good follow beneath, didn't even realize.
Enemy has
That the
been
Achilles
slain.
also got caught in the middle of that. How is his? Oh, his blue obviously isn't up because it was just done. I don't actually think I ever finished Remnant, because I was playing it with a friend. We played it, and I do like it. I have no reason to dislike it. But yeah, I guess we kind of burned out on it a little bit. Probably him more than me, because it was in a time where he was under a lot of pressure, so I don't actually think we ever got to finish it. I would like to have eventually. I like it. I like it a lot. But I think the game now reminds him of a bad time.
Attack middle lane. On my way.
So now he doesn't want to get into it as easily, at least. Which is fair. I respect it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Wait, who's in the lamp?
The rain shall wash them away.
Into the lamp.
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's actually really good. If you like, Remnant is kind of just, that's the best way to put it. It's just assault like with guns, and it's actually done really well. It's really cool too. I like the aesthetic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Think right lane. On my way.
You don't have to, like, you can do melee builds as well in it. But like guns is a big focus of it.
Still at all.
Enemy has been slain.
It's good ages from him. It kind of puts a stop to the majority of what we're trying to do here.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, he's being so wall crimed. That is actually insane. Okay, Aladdin's over there. We fucked that up so badly. There's no way he should have died, dude. That's so bad from us.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Just read up. Am I overgreeding a bit here? Maybe.
On my way.
Oh, no mana, no mana. I couldn't ult.
I don't think there's much to get. I wanted to teleport to left while the fight was happening, but...
Defend middle lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Borderlands is really good in the beginning. I think Borderlands 1 and 2 are definitely worth playing. Especially Borderlands 2. I think that is generally the best, like widely spreadly known as the best one. I haven't played the newest one. I kind of burned out on their types of games. And I kind of fell off on shooters in general. I got really tired of shooters. Shooters just... I became much more of an RPG, or like a... Not just RPG, I guess, but like an action melee type person. Sometimes gunplay would satisfy me, but for the most part it was just not really doing it for me.
Hold up.
Majestic, I'm as sturdy
That's
as an oak.
unfortunate.
Attack right
Time to take action.
I won't.
Your left tower is under attack.
We're really not getting him here, or? Okay.
enemy has been slain.
How does he keep getting away with this? He shouldn't be living.
Your left tower is under attack.
Long TP. Stay alive, Naga. Stay alive.
You move like a jaguar.
And my third hit didn't hit. That's fucked up.
The rain shall
Oh,
wash
then
them
Ether
away.
ulted. That's why he dashed the other way. What a hero. You tried.
Take left lane. On my way.
Go dive, go dive. I go from behind.
Actually, won against the Latin. It's because I'm really fat.
Missing middle.
Like, nothing can fight me right now.
Enemy has been slain.
Especially with this build as well.
On my way.
Because I have a good mix of hybrid and, well, a full damage item on Reaper. Late game, that will not be the case. Latin will look at me, I'm gonna die.
Ult in 10.
Attack. Enemy missing right. The rain shall wash them away.
Does he have a taunt? Nice, I think he's out.
The Pyromancer has
Like, I'm so not into shooters that I didn't even really feel like playing the new Doom game. Granted, I didn't hear anything amazing about it, but I wasn't really too interested. And it was a medieval themed one too. Like when I first watched, I was like, damn, this is so made for me. But the more, like, when it came out and I was watching the gameplay, I was just like,
Falling back.
it doesn't do anything for me anymore. Like, shooters have to really do something interesting to me. For some reason, to actually grab my attention. Heard the new Doom game is a new Doom game. Sounds about right. But I was someone who was pretty late to the reboot of the Doom games. So I played them. When was it? It wasn't that long before like the new one was announced. It was like right after the new one was announced. I was like, all right, it's time to play Doom because the trailer really did it for me. So I tried it. I really liked it. But by the time I got to Doom Eternal, the second one, I was like, I've had enough. This is enough for me.
Ally has been slain. Double kill.
Let's see if I can.
Shut down.
I got his beats.
Your team has destroyed a left.
Even though I didn't deserve them. I still missed.
ultimate is ready.
It is time for me to rotate though. I need to use the lead that I have before Aladdin gets too big, because he is slowly crawling back. And I see Achilles has made all his way all the way over there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll defend middle lane.
Don't think I've kind of fucked my hammer. I don't know why I did that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Enemy has been slain. On my way. Retreat.
What am I thinking about? I think I have to go Gargoyle. I think it's too good into Aladdin as well. To see if I can just frame silence his dash.
Set up an ambush. Ultimate is ready. Defend.
Yes! Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Amazing!
With me. On my way.
Dude, what just happened? The fuck? How were they just all dashing in on us? Athena also just ulted away from us. I don't know what happened. I guess Aladdin went on someone. Fuck, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
Then, well, there goes our lead completely. Now they're in the lead.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Probably what's gonna happen eventually because it's an Aladdin into a CERN. CERN has to play that so perfectly, otherwise he's just dead.
Your middle tower.
I wouldn't say it's impossible though, for the CERN aspects, but I don't know if this is the build to go though. He's building non-attack speed on a character that kind of relies on it.
Nice to meet you.
Defend the Gold Fury.
I guess I have to rotate for this. I was gonna split push, but
Under attack.
I just know if my team dies here, it's gonna be... I mean, they're dead before I even get there. Guys, just leave gold. There's no reason to defend it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Guess I need to ban the Aladdin, because otherwise we will just steamroll my randos on it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Didn't mean to do that. Now I did.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I don't mind giving Wolfie the Aladdin. Like, I think it is his best character, but if you have people with actual hands, like, it's not that bad to deal with. I suppose one thing is hands, another thing is on like good characters. Like Cern has been playing well this game, I think, but he's just at this point that character just falls off. Unfortunately, that comes from someone who really likes playing him too. I like playing Cern, but he's only good in lane and solo as well. Once you leave lane and teamfight, it's just fucking over. You're doing nothing. Character's so hard to be useful on later on. I also need Achilles to be in the lane so I can get stacks for my prophetic.
Opened 5. Aladdin is behind them.
Dude, Cern is just not being able. He's just not able to do anything.
Give up.
And the rain shall wash them away.
I think it's time to surrender. Thing is, this is exactly what I was worried about. You're building something like this, you're relying yourself fully on auto-canceling, and my dude isn't hitting anything. You can't. All your damage is auto-canceling, but we're not hitting it. Guys, just surrender, please. It's Aladdin. It's done. Cern is only gonna get worse and worse. It's cooked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
One thing I will say, while I think this patch overall has been better for the game, it has been bad for solo. I think solo is in the worst spot when it comes to trying to solo carry in ranked. It is fucking impossible unless you're dumpstering your lane to carry these games, like straight up.
Time to take action.
Come on.
Enemies at the fire giant. Okay.
Solo isn't even gonna be here. I guess I'll just look for a cheeky steal and that'll be it.
Rains in force. Double kill.
Your team has destroyed the enemy team has destroyed the fire.
Rains in force.
Whatever, man. Just try to save it.
The enemy team has destroyed the pirate.
I know the intention is good,
What do we
brother,
have to
man.
lose?
But I guess clearly it's such a bad ult, he's just gonna die for it. And I will more than likely die no matter what. I ulted a little too late. They really bursted towards the end. I don't know what that was. Like my soul, whatever. This is just overall cooked. I should have done what I said I was gonna do, which was just pick a carry in solo. I was going to, but Janus was banned. Fucking rock. Does that actually make it on cooldown? You can interrupt it. Nope, it doesn't. He is still there. He's also so tanky to me.
Probably kill Achilles.
Your middle tower is under attack. Murder, like me. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Oh, they hit like a baby.
Goodbye.
Oh,
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
very strong. Immortal, like me.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Titan is under attack.
Let me kill him! Don't end! Yeah, man, that's literally like my team. Not a single person in this game was like doing much, but it's also because their jungle had so much pressure. This guy did well in the beginning. I'm not gonna sit and say this Shern was bad, because I think he did pretty well in the beginning, but he's playing a character that will just increasingly get worse, and if he ever falls behind, his character is useless. And that's kind of what happened as well. One fight where Aladdin just kind of went in, I guess, and got everyone in the back. While I was trying, it was on the Queen Naga or whatever it was, the night boss. I was on the Naga in the back. 2 people died. Athena ulted to them, leaving me and someone else alone, and then we lost both fights. So I guess I can't ban the Osiris. I'll see if someone bans Aladdin. Otherwise, I'll ban the Aladdin. Thing is, if Wolfie is jungle, it's gonna be a problem regardless, unless we also have a good jungler. It's just a one jungle situation. There's not really much to do in those cases. They banned the Aladdin anyway. They being my team. I'll just ban the Osiris then. Jesus loves you. You have Escanor. Like, I even sold Aladdin twice. So, like, it doesn't matter really what I could have done that game, I think. I'll play the Janus. So I have some presence myself. aspect in solo. That's a weird one. But I'm happy she is aspect instead of non-aspect. This means she'll do less damage. It's also good to see that they don't have a strong front line, because that makes my life a lot easier. Granted, having one front line is kind of nice, because then at least I can poke one guy.
Any racists here? Am I lagging alone, or what is this?
Yes.
Oh, I walked to the first tower and they put me back in fountain.
Unfortunate. That's too bad. That is too bad. Your middle
They're
tower
just
is
trying to
under
keep me in
attack.
fountain. I get it.
Good have Ephraim mid actually.
Minions have
Our comp is really good if you get late game, like really good. But you have some scary shit as well though, like a Bari.
Unfortunate.
I'm not really reading it. I skimmed it and I was like, okay. They're just joking, that's fine. Oops. Go tower. Deny the gold. Quick. Good. Go away, fucking melee minion. He's denying himself some creeps. I'll take it. Actually, they didn't even leave. Idiot minions.
No, I can't. Okay, no.
You're gonna do this again? It's such a bad idea for you, buddy.
No.
Oh man.
Oh, no way.
Unfortunate.
I mean, if you just have the one, we can sit down on it again.
I'm not sure my jungler is gonna be here for the rocks.
Retreat. No problem.
Cancel that.
Cancel that. Good game. Too bad. No problem.
I'll steal it, don't worry.
Hey Dark, appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Oh, too early.
3 HP, man.
Your left
not looking too good in duo so far. Hey, Winara, good to see you, man. Yeah, it's the first stream in a little while.
Your right tower is under attack.
And I'm not gonna sit and say that I'll be back tomorrow, but I wanted to do at least like a Christmas New Year's type stream. Just to say hi, everything's going fine.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle.
Set up an ambush.
They're gonna invade.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nice.
No.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was worth.
Yes, it is.
It is for what? You're still 2 levels up.
You are too angry, man.
But we got the shot on, it's okay.
I ain't coming back here.
What the fuck?
Because I died.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's just back off. Don't think I'm getting the rocks this time anyway. These shouldn't be solo picks. I mean, they generally aren't. I'm doing this because playing a tank in ranked specifically as a solo queue feels terrible. But if I'm queuing with like adapting, which I've done a lot recently, I play tanks. I'll play Mordred, Thor, like whatever, Cabrakan. Because they're still really good, they're better in lane than like this. But
Enemy has been slain.
for solo queuing, hell no. I can't carry as Cabrakan, that doesn't matter. When the enemy jungler is getting super fed, then I'm just gonna be useless.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
Like, I think Giannis is a bit of an exception. I do think he's really good in solo, but if competitive was a thing, you wouldn't be seeing Giannis solo.
Tower is under attack.
On average. You might see it here and there, but it wouldn't be a top pick. It's still gonna be the Osiris, the Bellonas, and the Yorms, like, every game. So don't you worry. They're still really fun to deal with.
Under attack.
The left clickers. If there is a mage that's top in solo, it would be a set. But to no one's surprise, that's just how she is.
Your right tower is under attack. Be careful, middle. Your left tower is under attack. Enemies behind us.
Be careful, middle.
I want the rocks, but I'm pretty sure Honor is going for them at this point. No rocks for me.
Rain shall wash them away.
Or maybe he's just going for me. You never know. Yes, that is in fact the Ace's hat in the back.
Yeah, I can ult on.
I got it recently at Comic Con. I also, the poster right beside me is Jinbei, or right behind my head. One Piece is probably, if I had to choose, my favorite like piece of media.
Beads, I think.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Be right back.
I said this there, I knew it.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't really know if I have any kill potential without my ult here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Whatever. I'm down to surrender already again. Jungle is gonna run away with it. Dude, the body blocks. Body blocks so heavily by the minions. Oh, nice. Big Sunder kill.
Shall wash them away.
Can you shut up, man?
Guess I should have just ulted or something. I wasn't prepared for the Acne as well. Didn't think I needed to beat. I could just ult out.
Your right tower is under attack.
They're on gold.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice.
Right. Did need to rotate on that. No worries. I'll go back to my home. And just sit there and clear waves. While I'm missing all the fun stuff. Don't you worry about it.
Your left tower is under attack. Too bad.
He ulted.
Enemy spotted.
That was nice. At least getting a little kill there for me. Helps in the...
A new threshold.
getting further into a state where I can actually do something.
On my way.
A new threshold. On my way.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cancel that. The rain shall wash them away.
Be right back.
On my way. A new threshold. Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold. Watch your step. Enemies in left
Attack
lane.
right lane. In left lane.
Get through this. A new threshold.
Attack.
Get through this.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Man, I thought he was actually gonna back. That's my bad. I thought he was looking to back instead of I'm not sure. My fucking 2 is missing, man.
Bon.
I wasn't sure if he was still there. Fuck. Could have pre-beat
The current's probably gonna wait my purple. Yep.
Just let him have it.
No, he's coming mid though.
I'm going gold, I have teleported.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not going gold.
Man, I was really hoping they would go gold.
On my way.
Okay.
Attack middle lane. Ultimate is down.
Oh, he's 1 HP. Nice.
I vote. Oh, lol.
Okay. Didn't expect that.
Victory.
Appreciate it was in the middle of it. Gotcha. Yeah, that was a bit of a weird situation there. I didn't. I guess I didn't do anything this game. I didn't. It was definitely Uller, but still 5 kills, second most in the team, despite doing pretty much no damage. That's and hello, Philly. I don't know what to play. I generally feel like I have to be banning Osiris, because it's like the only character that will just completely disable me if I meet him. At least Yorm, I think. Yorm is a lane bully, but he needs range, right? He needs to be close to you to be a problem. Osiris doesn't with the aspect. You just fucking throw shit out and you lose. I hate it. I hate it. How's your mojo? She's still good in support. Still very, very good in support. I might go Newt. I'll do the Newt aspect again. Gee, nice lane. Pretty much average solo lane these days. Sit on solo island while you're missing all the fun. That's solo. Maybe I should have picked Honor just to see what Woofy picked next. I'm tempted. Oh yeah, Jingwei was open. I forgot about that. He'll complain about having to play stun bots. Fair. You know, I'm glad he goes on her then. Definitely prefer dealing with that. Baron, huh? I'm assuming that's gonna be a solo Baron into me. That kinda sucks. Should be okay early, actually. So excited for the anime episodes this week. Excuse me. What's coming out? I'm not keeping too much up on what's actually coming out. And I still have a lot of shit to catch up on as well. I haven't been watching stuff recently. One Piece, fair enough. When is it going on hiatus again? It's like 1 or 2 more episodes or something. After this one? Okay. I don't think I've watched the recent episode, but I am mostly caught up. I have mostly tried this with Warrior's Axe. I've tried this twice. Is Bluestone maybe worth it? I don't know if Bluestone is potentially better. She does seem like a Bluestone character. Assuming that the one procs Bluestone. For now, I'll keep trying this. I think into Baron as well, the extra protection is kind of nice. I have a Plexer, which I, so like Netflix Run also set up things to auto-download and alert me when I put out and ready to stream. Host the content myself, streamable anywhere on device, so I just plug in it a bit there. But that's cool. That's cool. What is their team comp, man? I need Ages and Beats like 3 times. I think I'm gonna go Ages though. With what I am seeing. It's an inner circle friends kind of thing. I see. You should join it. At this point, it's just gonna become a meme that I'm saying no.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, it's raw. Creep, stop. Nice beat.
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Rain shall wash them away.
Be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They do have a really rough comp if they get a lead. Like, get ADC with the Ra and Baron frontline, with his not only good healing, but they're like ranged frontliners with, well, I guess especially being the Ra. So far, Ra is going power though, which is a little weird, but I guess not the power part. Going conduit is a little weird. I think with the aspect cooldown is kind of just what you want, but maybe he just goes full power. That seems counterproductive though to the aspect. Oops. I'm just dead, I guess.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like a vegetarian.
Enemies in right lane.
Literally playing with an NPC.
Like, our fucking support is just AFK.
From the heavens.
Your left tower is under attack.
And I guess jungle died somewhere early, and as a result, he's not able to fight back on the rocks. This one's definitely looking a little cooked. It's so much gold. I don't know what the fuck he's AFK. Like, did he fucking tilt off the earth as usual, or what the fuck's happening there? No, Lecane has a temper, but this seems silly. At least leave the game. Now I'll never get to have fun with this pick.
From the heavens. Right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Beyond comprehension.
Enemy has been slain.
So I can juice.
An ally.
There we go.
Guess we can surrender now.
That's too bad.
From the heavens.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Later.
Unfortunate.
Defeat.
We go again. One more game. Yeah, he did actually pause, so I'm assuming it wasn't like a race quit. Maybe he just had to go. We have Kate, our support on the barring. I mean, last two games in solo has been pretty boring because I just have to deal with tanky mages. But I don't think I can make it any more fun because if I don't play against tanky mages, I'm playing against like Bologna or some shit anyway. I can't meet anything fun. It's impossible. Actually, what I could do to fix that is I go Thanatos. If I go Thanatos,
Select your
I think deal with a mage and or frontline isn't really a problem.
Let's kick it poolside.
It's either if I pick something like that or like an Apollo. I could do maybe Apollo. I'll do a Thana game. Sounds actually kind of fun. Could do tank Thana as well. Might even have to, so I actually can go Spectral.
Thanatos.
I'm actually... I can still go a little bit tanky. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll go for the aspect. I was really thinking... I think because they picked Serp, I also don't want to just Giga heal. Not that Serp is going to be my main target anyway, but... At least with the aspect, I don't heal on kills. I'm into a Wukong where as long as I don't lose early, I should be okay. Therefore, I will nerf my own early game a little bit. But make sure that I am stronger later.
For death, but I'll save this for later.
Well, I guess I'm just making sure I'm tanky early. Because I don't really think a Wukong is going to be able to kill a tanky Thana. It's not known for being a good tank killer in general.
Statistics confirmed. I am the best.
Do you think Thanatic needs a rework, or is it a number thing? Most people here want to talk about it negatively. I could see it getting a rework. I imagine it's not really that popular. And honestly, it doesn't really change him that much. Especially because non-aspect is probably just better in solo anyway than aspect. But I do think I like what the aspect allows you to do. I would miss it if they removed it, but I could also see why they removed it or changed it.
Minions have spawned.
Because at least for me in solo, it's two very different playstyles of Thana. One is just obviously just a big one-shot Thana. The other one is a tanky, healing-reliant Thana. But if the whole purpose of the new aspects is to change like almost their entire kit, then yeah, I mean, yes, it doesn't change anything about the character outside of, like, it gives him a new passive, essentially. That's it. You still play the character pretty much the same way. So in that sense, yeah. I think their new design with aspects is different from how the Stana is now. For sure. Tragic. Tragic. I'll take it.
Careful right.
Statistics confirmed. I am the best.
Do need to be careful here. This is usually when I'm getting ganked.
Marcus no beats.
Medic's going right.
I'll cut you down.
Enemy spotted.
One rock.
Seems to me. Right.
Ultimate is ready.
Now I should pretty much be unkillable. Time for Reaper.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing. Your left tower is under attack.
No, I'm missing 20 last hits.
Wash them away.
That was awesome.
I don't really like this start that much, even with the aspect. I like having Axe. I really feel the damage reduction on my autos.
Is under attack.
I don't like it.
Enemy missing left.
I feel like some guys just don't need an aspect. I could see it. I like the one he has now, though. And I wouldn't mind if they just kept it like this. I think it offers a fun, different playstyle with the aspects. But in reality, the way it is now, it is just worse, realistically, than normal Thana. I think normal Thana is better in solo anyway. But that's also because we have this weird, like, Reaper meta. And not, even if Reaper wasn't a thing, then I would just be running the other one. What's that called now? Barbed Carver. Right? Even if Thana isn't the greatest Barbed Carver character, like, he's still good enough with it for that item to be good. I actually missed. Oh.
Okay. Hi. 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 Hi.
cooked. I'm not sure my one would even kill him there if I hit it, but would have been nice.
Cut your life strings.
Gank middle lane. Careful left. Enemy ultimate down.
On my way. I'll defend middle lane. Enemy has been slain.
Why didn't he just ult? Also, why am I stacking a little bit?
Your right
Stuttering,
tower
that's the
is
word.
under attack.
Not staggering. Did we F?
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, we are Fing a bit, I see. Is it back? OBS is acting up, I can see it. No longer F. Hopefully this stream didn't go down. It doesn't look like it did. OBS was acting up a bit though, I can see it. I did in fact drop a lot of frames.
That's unfortunate.
It is back to being green. Hopefully that was just a small hiccup on OBS's part. I also need to back, I have a lot of golds.
Enemy ultimate incoming! Attack left lane! Let me aim. Attack!
Ally has been slain.
Don't really have the cooldowns for this.
Your left tower is under attack.
Cut your life strings. The rain shall wash them away.
Okay. Time to actually get some shit online here.
Attack with full fury!
Janos beat me there.
Okay.
Your souls to me.
press that.
Help!
Your team has destroyed the gold stream.
Okay.
Janus has no bit.
Where you beats?
No, you beat. Yo, what the hell? Why am I setting this?
Quiet, please.
I am currently also running on 15 hours of sleep, and I do feel a little sluggish, I will say. I slept too much. Because I was doing an all-nighter yesterday, and then I wanted to sleep as much as possible, and then I ended up sleeping way too much. I woke up after 7 hours, and I was like, no, this isn't enough. Because I went to bed at 8. So I slept, and then I woke up at like 3, 4-ish. I was alive, I was about to say. I was awake for about 30 minutes before I then decided, okay, I should sleep more. This is still terrible. I'm gonna feel like shit like later anyway if I get up now. So I decided to get up. But actually, I decided not to get up and stay in bed. Turns out that was a slight, small mistake. Fuck no. The classic trying to hit both and hitting nothing in the process. They're good.
Attack fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
No problem. Be right back.
Okay. Hardwood.
Attack the gold fury. Yes.
My mic is fucked. I gotta get a new one. That is not looking good. The outer layer is pretty much falling off. It's done its job.
Gank right lane. Help right lane. Ultimate is ready.
Let's actually rotate. I don't need to go farm here.
Shall wash them away. Oh, very strong. Enemy has been slain. Oh, to move like
Had a bit more of an impact this game, which is nice, but like these games are also just so out of the hands of solos. Right, they can have fun. GG's, Patty. Ouch. Oh yeah, I don't have any healing in this yet. I gotta be more careful. I'm 1 HP. Wait, this map new? Some of these assets look new. No. Yeah, there it was. First death. I gotta get some fucking heal somewhere.
Select your god.
What do I play then? Kind of feel like playing Suku, but Suku is such a gamble in solo. If you meet any of the meta picks, He just can't deal with them. But if you're meeting something fine, like Aspect Raw, like I did before, then it should be okay. I want to play Suko. I want to play Suko. Maybe I just go a bit hybrid if it turns out to be a dog shit pick.
Tsukuyomi.
So that's Scylla solo. That should be fine. Yeah, see, me and Dazzle have been in the same fucking solo lane for a few games now. It's like the 4th time in a row. Is that going to be an Aspect Scylla, though, or a normal Scylla? That's the question. Hello, Hansen. Good to see you. You're not solo this time? I see. Guessing it's Merlin then. I mean, I guess I have to go Beats because I bounced this game. Oh no, it's Athena. Oh. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay.
Finely crafted.
I could still go a bit hybrid. I'm definitely going Beats then. It's no longer a question. Cam spotted. Also, let me do this. There we go. Yeah, it's been a while for both the cam and the stream. It was time. Oops, I forgot to unmute myself. There we go. No, but time to go on Pony Island. I'll do it eventually.
Okay.
But right now, I am gonna play Dispatch.
Minions have spawned.
Because people have made me curious.
Retreat.
And then Smite has still just taken over my life.
Okay.
I'm still stuck in the prison.
Have a wonderful time. I'm sorry it had to be this way.
Me estaban spameando la risa antes de nada.
I'm sorry it had to be this way.
Bonk.
Stand your ground.
Magetsu, burn bright. This won't miss.
Completed. Soldiers assemble.
Watch your step.
Right lane. Enemies behind us.
I just stopped playing Smash for like 4 times. Yeah. I mean, I did pretty well. I stopped for many years. Then COVID happened.
I'm sorry it had to be this way.
Then my mind said, "Ooh, look at that game over there. That looks good. Maybe I should play that again."
Enemy spotted.
Then I've been here. Did I quit since then? Actually, I must have, because that was in 19. Probably didn't start until 20 though. But I think I stopped somewhere in between. I must have.
Artio, man. So shit.
What the fuck do you want me to do, man?
Better passing.
Escanor tilts so fast. Just blames
Es
the
que el
closest
passing es
target.
basura, Mucho mejor poner a algo por delante.
Ya, pero si es que hemos empezado en el gank ese de mierda.
Oh, I caught that frame first.
That's all, watch out.
It's on me, he's just sitting there. I don't know how my ward didn't fucking see him. It was literally on the fucking bush. I don't understand the flying ward sometimes. Like, it's literally sitting on the bush and he's just not there. That's so weird. That's the only reason why I'm walking up.
Feli, sácame de aquí.
Háblame en español, loco.
Eres escoria. Desde el respeto.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ven al red. ¿Puedes defenderlo? Tengo ulti.
No. Yo contigo no me qué bueno.
Tiene ulti. Un bat ulti.
Be right back.
Yes. Do not worry. I will take care of it.
No probs. On my way.
Your
¿Hacemos
right
algo o qué?
tower is under attack.
Hasta izquierda, voy a intentar pelear a derecha. No tiene ulti, no ulti en Daka, I'm going.
Enemy has been slain.
Buenos días.
Chacho, te voy a mutear, No blink on bats.
Por favor. Y si te vas,
On my way. Sorry.
Only 5 minutes in, yeah. I mean, it's been the same people in this queue for the most part, so they know each other. They already have some history, you know, of hating on each other, I suppose.
Gang left.
bueno, vale, ya paro que eres majo y Feli me ha convencido.
Pat's missing, has ult, watch out. I'm going mid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
He's here. What's left?
An implement worthy of myself.
I'll do double stacking. Imagine hating in this game because of a bad play. Who would ever do that? Not me. I feel like this patch is not your type of game, but try it. I like all the Telltale games. Well, once again, I didn't play them, but I could have played them. I just didn't see any reason to, because I could just watch them. But this patch, I decided for once to actually get it myself. And to support that type of game, because generally that's exactly what people do. They will just watch it, not buy it themselves, and then the game doesn't make enough money, and that's a problem. So, this time I want to support the one that actually does really well. So.
Vamos a jugar en su red, creo.
Bots might come left. Nope, he's in mid.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I apologize for the coughing, guys. I've just been sick for a while. It's also one of the reasons why I didn't stream. Among other reasons, but I got sick. So that's secured that I'm definitely not going to stream. Nothing else. I'm just gonna get down. Rocks might be up. Suppose I'll check those. Those down.
That's no.
Alright, let's finish it up. Get the stacking going. I shouldn't apologize for coughing. Well, I'm doing it because I'm not gonna mute half the time because I can't. I'm only doing it because I am not muting for it.
Enemy has been slain.
Hello, Raze. Good to see you.
Está el Bats, cuidado. Bats on red.
Peace out.
Taunt me. Oh my god, my camera.
Así va, ult. Va a venir aquí,
Don't know where bots is, I'm just gonna back. But you know, it's because like if someone is really sick and they're coughing a lot on stream, I would still say that that can be a bit annoying to listen to. So I just want to make sure that people understand why I might be coughing, and that I'm not dying.
Tengo TP medio.
I am in fact healthy for the most part. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, he missed, unfortunately.
I mean, get me out. The fuck is my team?
Nah, surely we don't blame that one on the team. I saw it all. Sorry, Patty. No, my ult's up so soon. This sucks. Fuck, man. I honestly think I can kill both if my ult comes up in time. Shit. Why is he there? At least I got blue with one auto. I'll have to settle for the small things. And I need 100 gold. Even the coin won't fix that.
So basic.
Enemy missing left. The Pyromancer has arrived.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Assuming these are done.
Come on, Max, I don't know who.
Enemy
No,
missing left.
Careful left.
Okay.
What's just passing to you?
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Gonna see if I can. Oh, she's ulting.
Merlin no beats.
Nothing ult.
Enemy has been
On
slain.
my way.
Tina ulted, but there's 4 people there.
Jaguar. Ooh.
On my way.
We ulted the other way. That sucks.
Spell gone awry. Let's dance in the moonlight.
Oh, easy wrong team.
They're all 1 HP by the way.
Let's dance in the moonlight.
Good job.
Yo creo que es mejor no jugar a Artio jungla,
¿Le han quitado la pasiva o qué, joder?
La han nerfeado, bro. Ya no es lo mismo de antes.
Vaya puta
Weird.
basura,
Don't know why he just dashed in, but
Attack fire giant.
Yes.
I'm gonna go Heartseeker and then Titans. I think that's what I'm gonna do here.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower.
What's no blink?
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way. Enemies behind us.
Can someone help me?
That's unfortunate. Maybe could have beat, but like I think Merlin just shits on me anyway.
Is under attack.
Not the bad, not the
A la
bad.
derecha.
No, voy a ver a Ul. No, voy a ver esta.
I did miss my last ult shot, which was my way out. But I wouldn't have killed bots otherwise, so it was a bit of a 50-50. I think getting bots was more worth it.
Take the buff if you can.
She died.
Can't see if you left something.
Of course he is. My ult was down for 2 seconds when I died.
That's unlucky.
Man, that's so unfortunate. Bit of a forced gank, I think, as well. Time to get some wards. I'm tired of bots running up on me. Because it's me every time. Tank Node probably wins that fight. Maybe.
Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Completed.
Your right tower is under attack. Retreat.
Bots is mid, guys.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, that's just not a good fight to chase.
Let's dance in the moonlight.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
No. Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, he's backing. Good wave, though. Wow. Right now, bots just always arrives late to the fight, even though we're like, we win the early fight until bot shows up, and then we don't have anything left for when he shows up, and then we just all die. That's so far been the case every single time. I'm just gonna push left here, guys.
Yeah, we need to get 20.
O sea, eres puta escoria, Arcio, de verdad, en serio. Que te
Un
dé el 3 y
HP
que me magra por eso, me cago en tu puta madre.
Enemy has been slain.
They're on gold.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your right tower
I'm also
is
close
under
to
attack.
20.
Your middle tower is
Need
under
to farm a
attack.
couple camps.
I don't have my ult, I
Let's
think we just fall back and farm.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You need to worry though.
This wasn't a bad trade, outside of, I guess, all the kills that they got. We got tier 2 golds, as well as me killing the Scylla.
Be right back.
Even if Scylla isn't worth that much right now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Pretty fine. Yeah, nice shoot. I'm actually gonna push.
Should be a good fight, but just no one. I mean, I don't know why we didn't just kill the Merlin there. There we go. Play aggressive on that Hecate. Fuck him up.
Casi seguro. No, está aquí, está aquí.
I actually think I wouldn't have died if I went in, or if I didn't go in rather. Like I should have just taken my ult shots, killed the Rama, and then not hit the bots, because then overall this is still a good trade. So overall it does make it worth it, but I could have just not gone in.
Enemies in right lane. Enemies incoming.
Shingetsu, strike!
No way, it's 70 HP. That's blink. Rama ult.
Be right back.
I think we should have done big fire, but yeah, I didn't say anything.
Mira a ver si puedes tirarle una bomba derecha. Así de tranqui.
The Druid aspect is actually not that bad. And the main reason is that the ultimate gives a 550 shield on allies.
Exactamente.
Okay.
On my way.
Tira a la derecha.
I'm away mid. I think we kind of need to go in here, if we can.
I'm coming now.
So, done.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your
I got the
team has
feeling.
destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
Ooh, an ally has been slain.
We defend mid.
Your middle tower has
Yeah, we need to.
destroyed.
Darling was 1 HP, it's a Fortman there.
Your
Only.
middle Phoenix is under attack.
Of course.
Is under attack.
I got better things though. Should be fine.
What I really need, actually, I just realized, I need combat blink. Because when I go in there, they will just always go full all in on me. If I can get combat blink and blink back out once I get in there, I could probably bait out a lot of shit.
On my way.
I'll do that. It's either that or go Aegis, but like into their team comp, like I get out of Aegis, I get taunted and I'm dead anyway, so what's the point?
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Solo uno. Probably bots. Come on, boy. It's Merlin.
I think we need to fight, guys. Huge. Thank God we got that. I would have been so sad if we didn't.
Enemy has been
So
slain.
very sad.
You move like a
Hey, guys, bots.
Save yourself.
Ah, Marauder.
Flick is there. Bots was 1 HP, no Aegis.
Attack.
Yeah, my ult's up in pretty soon.
Watch your step.
Ram is around. This is less problem on me, by the way.
Ah, he's fucking out of range.
drama.
How dare they lay a hand on me?
They hit like a baby.
Drama bit.
Good job.
Can we get mid Phoenix?
I think all done.
We can
Push
get
both. I'm on my way. They need to defend right as well.
The rain shall wash them away.
Okay.
getting that.
Enemy Phoenix.
Retreat! Retreat!
Complete.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
Just keep running. Bat is gonna chase.
Yeah.
Get ready to be dazzled!
I mean, he got hit by the fucking... Man. He got fucking hit by the fucking monkey and that fucked me over.
Attack right lane!
Should have made it just insta-ulted. At least I got Scylla with me, but that's such a weird... What bad traits.
The rain shall wash them away.
Doing way things. Yeah, Nut has an aspect now and it's really powerful. Yeah, I think it's OP.
Well, dash.
This'll make
Get him. The greed. And we didn't get him. No. The minion body blocks. Can I get speed?
enemies
Yep.
behind us!
On
I have to
my
be on right.
way.
Bats was on left.
An enemy has been slain.
Get ready to be dazzled!
Ah, I'm back. Yeah, I wanna back.
Can we get gold on the way out?
Yes!
I can't fight go, bro. I'm running now, bro.
I just don't want them to get it in case something happens.
Merlin no beat.
Destroyed the gold fury.
Attack fire giant!
I need to just ult Merlin actually. He doesn't have any way to avoid my ult. Outside of his flicker.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I can't fight him.
Had a feeling.
I'm gonna reset and fire.
I'll back for a 3k pot.
Attack fire giant!
On my way. Shingetsu, strike!
No blink. No beats on Rama.
The rain shall wash them away.
Well, my bad. Okay.
You have my forgiveness for now.
How the game's going? They're going alright. It's been a mixed bag, but about equal amount of wins as losses, I think. Could be worse. Fucking fairly. I probably should get that score thing from Tracker on my stream. No, have I gained? I don't know where I started today. I guess I have one. Where did I start? Yeah, so 3 wins, or 4 wins, 3 losses. Not too shabby. And actually, one of the losses was a pre-10-minute surrender, so I didn't lose anything for that. So technically, it's a 4-2. Fair enough. First time you stream, been following for a few weeks. Didn't know you had a Twitch. I appreciate it. I do. I hadn't streamed for like a month now. I used to stream almost every day, previous to this month, pretty much. But the game is a bit stale at the moment, so I haven't been playing as much, and I also got sick. So that's why I haven't been playing as much right now. I'm slightly bored with my current role in the game, which is solo. It's kind of boring. Like, as I'm saying boring as if it's like like a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does mean I don't want to play the game as much. I'm still having fun when I play it, but I'm having trouble choosing what to play. But I'm just trying to choose things I think is fun. Otherwise, I'll be playing Balloon or Osiris every game. This might be sending you back if you're the right person, but remember the amount of pentakill. If you're the same Gamehunter, I am. I am. It is the main thing people know me for. Yeah. It does make me feel a little old. Even though I'm not that old, alright? I'm 30, okay? I'm not that old. Right? It's not that bad. But it does make me feel a little old. Because that happened when I was 18. I was 18. Damn, every time I get back into this, I gotta learn the controls again. So you're having fun today, Fairly? Are you liking the Jingweis and the Geps? You like critting people twice and then killing them, huh? Looks fun. Just vibing. Just vibing, one-shotting people with crits. Fair. No, I got tapped out. I need to ban something actually. Honestly, I go back and watch that clip on YouTube. I know one of the commenters was a piece of shit, but the hype for Old Smite Pro scene had from players like you, and the plays and the commentators was awesome to me. The commentators just got so stale. That's fair. I think that's kind of also how I felt. Like nothing against like the newer casters and stuff, but I do think the old casters were just better hype men. I think that's the way to put it. I don't think Smite, as the years went on, kept a good hype man. Like when shit just went down, there was no one who was hyping everything up. It felt like it was just analyzing things.
Select your god.
So yeah. Which is fine, I suppose, but it's different. I do like a good hype man. Like, I can watch, like, CSGO tournaments, League tournaments, and whatever the fuck, even if I don't know anything about the metas and how good people actually are. It's just fun to watch because the hype men make it fun. I love that stuff. Love crit, but it should not be two-shotting people. It's mostly a Jingwei thing. Crit is very good, but Jingwei is making it even better. Like, Jingwei just built Hydras as well. She has this new thing in Smite 2 where she just shotguns you. And every time she presses that ability and Hydra's procs with it, that crit is just going to be way bigger than it should be. Most ADCs cannot do that, because they generally have one ability before they start critting you. That's it. Hydra's wouldn't really be worth it for that. But you can just keep doing it. It's one of the issues with that. It shouldn't. I feel like that ability shouldn't proc Hydras. If you recharge it, I guess. Like, it's just... It's weird. The way it functions now is just so OP. I don't know how they're going to balance it, as long as it functions that way. What do I play now? I guess speaking of crit, maybe I do an Apollo game. Haven't played much Apollo recently. Yeah, I'll do an Apollo game. For now, I'll do with the aspects. Wow, well this feels really cooked. They just picked a really broken dual lane. I go Sunbeam on Apollo, it melts, yeah. Sunbeam is really good too. Crit with Learning Bow, I think it's just more fun. I think the ADC builds are just kind of boring right now. Because either you choose between one-shotting with crits or one-shotting with Sunbeam Bow and attack speed. Both builds are just so OP. There isn't really a bad choice. And while a variety is good, when both options are OP, it's awkward. Doesn't help that Kin's brackets and turfing are kinda ass. Isn't turfing still pretty good? But I mean Kin's has been non-existent for so long. Brackies used to be good. I would use Brackies if you could use it on Zeus. But the funny thing with Zeus is, once his autos get into effect and his passive procs, it's no longer an auto attack, apparently, it's magic damage. It's so weird. I don't know why that it changes. Is it like ability damage? That doesn't make any sense. I used to love going Brackies on Zeus before I realized what, or before my chat actually made me aware of what happened. It just doesn't work. It's really weird. I don't get it, but that's how it functions. I'll do Tanky Apollo. Looking at our comp, we have more than enough damage. We don't need me to go crit. Changed a lot that didn't need to be changed. Oh, yeah, I mean, I think that's my 2 in a nutshell. Like, a lot of stuff that... I think they should have kept the base of the game the same, and then they can always expand. But, like, I think the aspect is a great addition to Smite 2 that makes the game fundamentally different and a different way to play it. I think not going back to 2 relics was a mistake. But they're trying to kind of test the waters with that now, so we'll see what happens. 20 beats. I probably do. Because I'm directly into a Thor. What do I build? I'm not sure. They're invading again? Fucking fairly. Yeah, no, I'm not ADC. I'm playing the Apollo aspect in solo, which makes him a tank.
Minions have spawned.
Probably dagger first. I think I'm gonna go for my old builds in Golden Blade. Get some HP going. But we'll see how the laning goes. I might change that. This jungle clear is very ass early on. I should have a good matchup here though. At least once we hit level 3, and I can actually mess him. Why does everyone have Sunder these days, dude? I need to look first, man. Why do we have Sunder in solo? It's not good. Unless you do shit like that, but it should not... I mean, I'm the fool for saying that after dying to it, am I? That sucks. Why do people have Sunder in this shit? It's not good. Fuck. I'm just never expecting it these days. Well, this is a lane that really sucks to be behind in, but still level 3. That's a chance. Should have been. Oh, okay, dudes. Now I'm fucked. What a random gank. Now I'm extra fucked.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. Time to sit back and wait until I'm 5 and hope I can rotate and get a kill and get back into the game that way. Because now I lost the full wave as well. I didn't get a single minion that wave.
Enemies have returned to base.
Oh, this ultra sucks.
Be careful, right?
Tower. I mean, I'm just being camped here. Dude, the towers... That's another smaller thing. The towers in Smite 2 suck ass. I hate them. I really, really hate Smite 2 towers. They shoot too slow. So many times are people just getting out for no reason, because the tower is too slow to shoot. We're still dying. That really sucks, because he's so fat. Oops.
Under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
My own fault for being too aggressive, I suppose. I should have known.
Enemy ultimate down.
I know what I'm doing this game, though. I'm going the biggest anti-ADC build I can possibly make. I'm so ready. Good thing they all give HP. I can't back until I can finish this.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle.
It's alright, there's still a chance. We're 3k behind at 4 minutes, but that's okay. Sometimes you have bad starts.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get his ass. Yo, whoever's really trying to get the kill. That's okay though. I'll take the assist.
Falling back.
It'll do. That's a big fight for my team. Like, getting on her after being fed is huge. Go Bluestone, please. I need this. No.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemies incoming.
Thor's rotating, boys.
Ally has been slain.
Okay, dude. Just got fucking perma CC'd.
Enemy ultimate down.
Let's just get this while I can. I also completely forgot I went beats. I could have just fucking beats that shit and at least killed the newt. That shell was also fucking life-changing for them.
them away.
Be right back. Ultimate.
Sunder, ult. I managed to forget about the Sunder again. Thought it was fine. The problem isn't even dying to him, it's that I'm losing the wave every time I die. See if I can catch him while his ult is down. Probably losing tower for it though.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I mean, this is getting boring now. Guess I'm just gonna get camped by fucking on her. All these kills are basically on me. I'm so far behind. I just need a shutdown, guys. I'll be right back. I just stop attacking Thor. I guess that's the point. Stop going on Thor and then just sit and do waves. It's gonna be real fun.
Fabuloso! Oh, my-rific! Double kill!
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Problem is, it's come to the point where it's now affecting the team that I'm so far behind. Because now Thor can just rotate without any repercussions. And without me being able to follow.
Be careful middle. Attack left lane.
I knew it was coming, I should have just ulted. I wanted to save it, because if my ult's down I can't rotate. Just get the Nemean now.
Attack middle lane.
How much coins do I get per drop? It's a good question. I think it's, what, 200? No, it can't be 200. That would be very low. No, maybe it is just 200. I don't know too much about the drop details, I'm sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm ulting over.
Your right tower is under attack.
I got a kill though.
Attack.
Hello, Bushy. Good to see you.
Enemy missing right.
Wash them away!
Enemy missing right.
Out of mana. Be careful.
Out of mana.
I think Honor might be in love with me. Like, at this point, surely I am the worst target for him to gank.
Enemy missing right. Ultimate is down.
Fuck it.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Okay. Enemy miss, enemy miss, enemy miss, enemy missing left.
I don't know about dashing in here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Chill out. Beware the shifting sands.
I'll die eventually here. 5 mana, that might have gone better. Good job.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Alright, what next?
Team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It might be time for an Aegis. Maybe I can bait with a little bit of Aegis. It's either that or Combat Blink. Combat Blink does not make me tanky though. Why is Medusa in left or in right?
Defend. Defend the fire giant.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Beware the shifting sands.
I mean, I'm pretty much back in the game now, so...
Attack the fire giant.
On my way. Enemies have returned.
Your fate is sealed.
Not getting any coins from Twitch even though I claimed it. What's the issue? Have you linked your account to... like, is your account linked up between your Twitch and your Smite account? Because that might be the reason. They gotta be linked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And to all that, I'm sure there's a guide somewhere. I did it a long time ago, so I'm sorry I can't really help with that either. But I'm pretty sure there was a guide on their website, on the Smite 2 website somewhere, about linking accounts. Because that seems to be a common issue.
Ally has been slain.
Enemies incoming.
Close rotating mid, keep an eye out.
Defend. Defend.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Sugar thunderstruck.
You can't run from your
Your last tower is under attack.
I shall
destroyed. Your left tower.
I'll go behind the tower.
Your right tower
jump.
is under attack.
Defend middle lane.
Aegis acquired as well.
Is under
Attack
attack.
middle lane.
I need a little bit of damage, so I am going to go for a
Your right tower is
shifters.
under attack.
My damage is slightly atrocious.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
No, my bait.
Ultimate is down.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. The pyro has arrived. No problem. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate down.
Wash them away. Fabuloso.
Attacked.
Enemy spotted.
I can mess him into that. That's so funny, actually. I never thought about that combo. Mess someone into a Medusa ult?
Set up an ambush here.
Attack.
I can't really tank this for long. I think I need to tank it LP.
You can't run from your
Freeze another day. Close one.
I actually need so little gold for this. Time to wait. If you have already linked your account, then I'm not too sure why you're not receiving them, unless you are maxed out. If you have 20k coins in the market thing, then you're capped. That could also be the reason. I'm not sure it says anywhere that that's the cap, but that is the cap. You can have a bit past that, but generally around 20k is the molting over.
The rain shall wash them away.
See if I can find Honor somewhere. Gib is kind of destroying the shit out of me because I don't have. I may be having Spectral and shit, but this is a kind of a loophole I think they didn't necessarily think of when they were making crit items or anti-crit items. Is that some of the magic damage dealing characters will also be critting you, so Spectral protections does nothing for me in that sense, which sucks.
Defend. Enemy missing. Ward here, ward here, ward here.
Run.
Ultimate is ready.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. No problem.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, my horrific! Rain to wash them away.
Attack the fire giant.
Just back and fire. We have time.
Attack fire giant. Attack fire giant.
Yes.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack fire giant.
Rain shall wash them away.
Remove the wall.
Retreat.
I got his hammer. I got his hammer, guys.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack right lane.
We can back and use the teleport thing.
minion.
I think we should
You
get
can
a
teleport
Phoenix.
to the
They
thing.
have 2 people dead. I think we should get a Phoenix for this. No, I guess whatever. Don't listen to me then.
Just teleport to the Naga. You might have to teleport right lane, Medusa, that's fine.
Not hitting the autos there.
Attack middle lane.
It's okay.
Floor ult.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Middle enemy Phoenix.
I'm wasting so much of their time.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Retreat!
Enemy spotted. Retreat.
Nuts coming in, we just gotta get out.
Attack left lane.
They're starting gold.
I'm ulting in. I hit something.
Throw no hammer. Throw in the air, throw in the air.
Apollo jumped. Oh, I mean, who jumped?
The Yana Soul! Oh, the Yana Soul, it's too clean. Holy! I should have been dead. I should have been so dead.
Coco beads.
What a Yana Soul.
Attack left lane.
What do I want actually? I think Combat Blink is more fun at this point. Let's do that. There's no way I live through that. So. What was it? 25 HP? I'll take it. I was prepared just to sacrifice myself to make sure Onru dies.
Left enemy tower.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Ult me. Hit me. I'm using my relics. Oh, well, didn't relate too much.
Attack right lane. Attack right lane.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Come back. No. Kill.
The rain shall wash them away.
Just got a 3k pot. I had to go anti-ADC, you know. Honor was too big of a problem for me early on, and he kinda deserves this build, honestly. With how much he was sitting in my lane.
I need 100 gold for 3k pot.
They're sitting in a bush. Like I can just loop
Good
around.
camera.
I have my ult on.
I'll take it. Hello, Jordan. Good to see you. I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well.
No, I should have waited for that.
If they come, I just kill them.
Attack the Titan!
We have 40 seconds. We should definitely try to end.
I mean, with EFG, it should be a free win.
I've seen people throw anyway. I'm taking no risks.
Yeah, true.
Your skills are truly impressive.
What was I? 0 and 8?
Victory.
The hell is that HP region? It's just a lot of the tank items just have HP region for some reason. Right, I'll do one more game, then I gotta head off. LG. And yeah, EFG of course as well. EFG is just insane. No idea how Thor killed it level 1. I just went to Ham and then he had Sunder. I didn't realize he had Sunder, so Sunder diff. And I would say Thor is better at level 1 than I am. Apollo 1 does not do nearly as much damage as a single Thor spin. Thor will fuck me up at level 1. But I took a good fight, not realizing he then had Sunder, and then I lost it because of that. After that, then I got ganked once again at level 3, and I was just absolutely cooked. Because I just TP'd back. It was a mess. So I got solo. Yeah, that's fair. Solo is pretty simple right now, I think. I got more damage, but you're ranged. True. But on the very first wave, I kind of need to walk up to choose my one, otherwise I'm losing the pressure anyway. So, but yeah, it was a misstep on my part, not expecting the Sunder. Because exactly what happened, I outpoked him, I won the trade hard, and I started like he obviously just ran to me while I was autoing him, and he was getting low, but then he Sundered me, and yeah, the fight turned. Like I don't even know what to play. Do I play Thor? I almost dodged. I'll play Bellona game actually. I don't want to play Thor again. Oof. Dodgy, eh? That's rough. The gap actually it's probably pretty hard for me to deal with on Bellona, no? Because the ultimate just kind of counters me. I would have to predict it and then ult it. At least it'll be interesting to try that matchup. Even if he is, ADC and we won't meet for a long time. Could be a nude solo. Or even a Gep solo, actually. Just get railed in lane. Must be something wrong. Fair. I do think solo is... I guess it's dependent on matchup as well, but like it's very easy to get shit on if your enemy is like mechanically just better than you. Because a lot of it, the lane I think is about 1v1s. But that, once again, depends on matchups. You can just sit and farm, but on some characters, like... I would argue on like someone like Bellona. Bellona needs to be close to clear the wave. If she can't do that, then she's just not really going to be a threat. So she kind of wants to fight. And if she can fight, then yeah, I mean, as once again, she just doesn't really do much. And if you're trying to fight when you can't do much, obviously you're just gonna get shit on. I think both side lanes and ADC and solo right now are so dependent on picking something that's good because you're being left alone and the person you're against can just look for that 1v1. And if you have a bad matchup, then you'll just end up giving up so much farm if you're not trying to fight back. And that's gonna feel really bad. You end up fucking a jungler as well because they can't fight for rocks, you know, all that kinds of stuff. And I think especially rocks right now are a pretty big deal. Getting that permanent boost in stats. It's looking like another Beats game. Wait, am I against the Apollo now? No! It's gotta be boring. Now I can't fight back.
Excellent.
Tragic.
Attack the Titan!
We do have Silhouette. That is certainly a rough character to play right now. Comp-wise, it's looking pretty rough for us. we definitely need an early lead with this team comp, I think. Or just not be behind. If we fall behind, we're so cooked. It's gonna be a walk in the park for Dodgy and a snack anywhere she goes. If these side lanes fall behind on top of the Asilla. Oh, it's a damage Apollo. You know, never mind, I take it back. It's gonna be annoying, but way less frustrating to deal with than if it was a tank Apollo. Because I'll never be able to kill him, and when I finally catch up, he just doesn't take any damage. This one I'll eventually be able to fight. It's just gonna be annoying early on for the same reason as the other one. Not really much I can do here for now.
Dodge is on red jungle.
I expect no less from him at this point. With how much Wolfie camped me in the last one, I'm just gonna sit back. Let's just do that. I'll play right into... Well, I won't play right into his hands this time. It's gonna be a chill fest until I hit level 5. I'll just have to do that. I think we can fight at level 5, but before that I'm just a low mobility frontline. He's also significantly less scary on the Daji than the Thor or the on her.
On my way.
Amazing! Gank! You rock!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe lost like 2 creeps, 1 creep. That's not too bad.
I thought you would come to me.
No, I needed my wave first.
I'm gonna TP for that.
It's still up, they're not on it yet. Merlin is coming too, though I don't even think we can fight it.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Enemy missing middle! Help left lane! Gank! Gank!
There's not really much for us to do here.
Enemy ultimate incoming! Cancel that.
Your middle tower.
Did I just hear Apollo land? No, he's not level 5. I guess it was just a dash. Does have blue buff.
That's enough.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Drop it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. On my way.
Retreat left lane!
Do I have a team or what? Like,
Retreat left lane!
Can you hold in right just for like a wave?
Will ya?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready!
That's enough.
Wash them away!
Don't know how the big minion blocked that, but
Is under attack.
Nice job, potato.
oops.
Who have been slain? It's too bad.
For a second I thought I got shot down, but overshot my ult a bit. I was dead anyway. I was trying to get the wave and the Apollo. I just missed both. It's a classic.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I was dead regardless.
Drop it. Come on and hit me.
It's literally every time I try to fight that the jungler shows up. It's so annoying. I just can't fight in any of these games. Even on characters when I should be, when I'm able to fight, like Malone into this matchup. Just what's the point? I'm just disable the fucking disabled Bologna.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Fabuloso! Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I actually don't want to back yet. I need 100 gold.
You are getting soloed, bro. What am I trolling? If you're getting soloed, fucking bot.
I love the positivity. It's great. Oh, who did my blue? It's been done so long ago too.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
It's just unreal matchmaking, right? Come on. Such sex well, it's crazy. My bad for sniping this lobby, my bad.
The mental is out. It's done. There is no hope.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Any rocks? Yes. No one's doing the rocks. I love it. They're just fine.
Enemy spotted. The range shall wash them away.
Enemies incoming!
You ult
We can dive this guy.
Gank middle lane. Ultimate is ready.
I'm gonna ult in mid on the...
Guess I'll wait. You know, actually, I'm just gonna stick around. Just get the tower. Get the loot. Get him, boys.
Enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No. Stupid TP cancel.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
No.
Take this jungle buff. Enemy missing. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Yo, why is it taking so long? Why did it take so long to dunk dodge? Fucking sacrificing myself here.
Yeah, bro. You see retreat, so.
I didn't have a choice.
The game's over anyway, bro. Can we get this match?
Yeah, probably.
What am I supposed to do with this dueling?
Because it's my last game, though, I don't know if I want to surrender. Didn't have a choice. We're in it.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Lash next? I'll get Lash eventually, for sure. Probably get a 5th. Right now, I'm more attack speed. Normally, I don't want to go Spectral, but I kind of had to because I have an Apollo in my lane, specifically. With crit. So I just did it, but
On my way.
I'm rotating in.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Fuck it.
An enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Enemies in middle lane.
Help. Help, team.
That was a good fight.
Apollo's ulting.
On my way.
They hit like a baby.
Man, not the suck.
Rain shall wash them away.
I don't care about the loot, I want to kill this guy. No.
Wash them away.
Oh my goodness.
I have my ult if he decides to come in. His ult should still be down.
Good job, guys. I'm getting the beacon as well.
Yeah, get the beacon and pyro. You can just go to the beacons at once. The mid thing. Any day now.
Merlin dash.
Holy.
That's good job.
Let's do gold here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Someone needs to back and defend right and or left. I'll go left, just to make sure he's not pushing Phoenix. Oh, he backed, it's fine.
Your team
Perfect.
has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, let's get it now.
A soldier should be prepared.
Don't think there's anything else. Like last item, I might have to go. What's it called? Aegis. Because they have one of those comps. It's either Aegis or go even more aggressive and go for a combo blink. Which is tempting, because they do have characters that is hard for me to stick to, like Merlin and Apollo. Or he's level 20. I don't want to fuck with this Rockman.
I'm coming. Coming.
We need to kill the Gap, guys. He's fucking huge. Mile was down.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso.
The AoE. That was really not ideal. Not even a bad chase, I think. I think they should have gone for that, but the full-on ignoring the Newt ultimate was rough.
Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
And Newt is just sitting on him fully, so he just has like, the easiest CC immune. I do not know what they were thinking about that one specifically. Like, why did we give her a CC immune in her 3 that she just gives to an ally? Dude, that's so OP. If anything's truly broken with that aspect, it's that. We're really just giving CC immune on a 6-second cooldown. If not lower, when you have more items. It just feels unnecessary. The aspect is strong enough. It doesn't even need that. Next job though, I have to get level 20. I can't deal with him otherwise. I can deal with the gap eventually. Apollo's probably ulting, keep an eye out.
That's so fun as well. Can you get Spectral? Like, why do I have to say this?
Yeah, I mean, he was in your lane too. You definitely should have had Spectral earlier. I have a Spectral though, so if you just still play around me, we should be okay. Like, I'm just trying to get 20 though, so like, before we fight, we need to get some farm. Like, we're so far behind in XP. Cleanse and a slow. Yeah. Her 3 with what it does doesn't make any sense. It's way too powerful.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
They're more than likely just on fire. I'm still dead. I have bomb. Just see if you can stall them.
6k. 6 monthly.
They basically leeched that actually.
No, imagine if my Optimus just comes to us instead of left. I don't know, bro. So I think this is so nice. Good job. Apollo's good pushing. He has no ult.
I'll go the other way to cut him off. Just keep chasing him.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, he just presses 3, slows someone, not necessarily everyone, but slows potentially more than one in the area. And just fucking CC immune someone and himself. It's really cool. Really like it.
Excellent.
Now we're all 20 though. Now's the time. Dutch, I'm just gonna try an all-in gap. If you can follow me when we do that, then we should be good.
Yeah, sure. I need my team to whip. Can we defend mid beacon? Like, we're gonna dodge you now?
Yeah, go on dodging instead if you can.
My Savannah's just inside again. Good.
Guys, can we play around me or what? Just go in. Like, why are we so afraid? Decently played. Just honestly, I got diff. You might live. Still, just does no fucking damage.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah. Tragic. Ultimately, we lost the trade because of us not defending.
Dodgy beats. Can we fight goal now?
Your Titan is under attack.
You know what? I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do. Let's go for something aggressive. And now I can't undo because I spawned, so now I'm a different person. Fucking hell. Alright. Combat Blink it is. I actually changed my mind. I want to go Aegis instead. Just because of the 10 cooldown reset that it gives. But as a result, I know I'm gonna go Combat Blink instead.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Enemies in middle lane.
Enemy has been slain.
So my Optimus isn't right again. Double. My
Someone needs to
fucking
defend.
God,
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Guys, can someone back? Why are we not back? This is so sad. Like, what the fuck am I witnessing here?
I mean, this dueling is so atrocious.
Like, Artemis, just stop running around alone, please. We can easily win these fights, we just need to stay grouped. If Apollo's split pushing, let me deal with him. If he ults in front of me, he's dead.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Also, the fact that Apollo half HP the Titan alone is so stupid. There needs to be some kind of, like, I don't know, backdoor, anti-backdoor mechanic in the game, I feel like, because it's really stupid that you can just go and do that. It just doesn't really make sense.
Intriguing specimen, aren't you?
That should be okay. That's Dominion down on
Sylvanas is defending left.
Yeah, Sylvanas, group up with us if you can. Just leave the minions. Like, Artemis, you can defend if you want.
Thank you.
Apollo's here. They're sitting in the bush waiting for us to walk up. Be careful, guys. Alright, nice job.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
That's Marius. I guess that's game. I mean, Newt is just giving him permanently like CC immunity. It's so boring to deal with. It's an interesting attempt.
So interesting, bro. I don't know this like in these lobbies.
It's about what I've expected. Like, just they honestly have straight up the most broken dual lane you can have right now. I think we did well, all things considered. I wasn't expecting this game to be anywhere near as close as it was. But I'll probably end it here. Like, that's just Newt being... yeah. Dude, Failey has so many enemies. Just everyone, each lobby just shitting on Failey if they can. Alright. Yeah, unfortunate end to this, but that's alright. Like, why did I even end up? I'm probably still like 6.1. Yeah, I'm still 6.1. Like, it's fine. Didn't really run into any like top queues in this one today, but I'm happy like we came back in this one. This one was fun. This one was fun. Yeah, this game was alright. This one was not fun. This sucked. But yeah. Alright, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate you stopping by. Even if it's been really long, and I can't promise it's not going to be the same. I don't really want to stream that much right now, with the game being a bit boring. But I'll be back when I'll be back. But yeah, Merry Christmas, late Christmas, and Happy New Year, guys. I hope you are jumping into the new year in a positive way. Yeah, thanks, guys. Bye.